Right, so first of all, I would like to welcome Dr. Atif, Dr. Sean, Dr. Michael from University of Melbourne. Michael's from CLT, right?
No, UKM.
He visiting researcher at UKM. This is Dr. Faris from Office of Strategic and Institutional Change, right? And Mr. Abazazila from OSIC as well. So thank you so much, Dr. Faris, for coming here, I think for the second time, presenting the same thing about strategic, IIUM strategic direction, IIUM roadmap. So inshallah, today we invite you to perhaps give the presentation on IIUM strategic mission and vision, and how perhaps our research under the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Australia can, be useful for in the direction of the strategic mission of the university, inshallah. All right. So perhaps Pramadi would like to say something.
I just want to get things clear. What do we want to achieve today? We really want the team from Melbourne understand the direction of the university. Okay. What are the main areas of interest, and what are the things that the university is looking forward in the next 2 to 3 years, even 10 years? So I think along those lines,
Well, I read the vision, I read the document, the roadmap, and I thought when I read the document that this particular project it hits a lot of the targets that are articulated in the document. And so the conversation I asked Dr. Nurul for this presentation, because I think that given we're starting in the starting phase of this project, if we understand the vision, the mission that IIUM is trying to achieve, then we can better align this project to hit all those targets, and this could be a proof of concept for that roadmap.
So the Paris and Abba, throw away the nervousness of it's very friendly, because the Noha is heading project within IIM in the University of Melbourne. It is on cyber security. It's a very important project for the university and for the country. And I think aligning the way we see what the project will be for the country and so on will be also very important in aligning with the mission and the visions of the university. I think we go along those lines. So relax and
actually, I would love to know a little bit more about the research project before I do the presentation.
Okay, we can do it. I can present the project and explain where we're coming from, and then we can have your presentation.
So that I don't want to present things that that may not be relevant to.
Sure, no problem. I'll go first.
All right, so do you have any
I have slides and I have the conductor. Please, I'll move through.
they have thought
Angkat tolong.
about they were gonna can I switch to this or
Developing Malaysia's cyber resilience. Resilience. Michael dulu daripada special branch PDRM put the Atif Ahmad.
We will need to. Do you have a? Yeah, actually, I don't have it. Nobody you need
Don't they play with you?
Sorry? Yeah. I'll use this. What can I do? Sorry.
So you just close your eyes. I'm not organized.
No, it's all right. No, I want no need to.
That's actually MPSN course, right? You don't recognize me.
I always feel
One folder. We
Everything
forget
you say for
several
them.
times, but you forget.
where did you meet?
Sita. Is it big fun? We call you for board of study.
It's a small.
And yes, MPA. I was kidding then, but nice to meet you again. No, you were looking at me with, like that's the question mark.
No, because of your name. I always say,
You recognize me.
yeah, definitely.
Nice that you are involved with this project.
No,
No?
just point to them. This is IIM.
Okay. Don't cross the line.
There we also.
I'm not good at keeping files. Itulah yang disebabkan beli apa ada habis lah. Oh, you copy it into my.
I think we got Sita right just now. Sita, is that right? Now, just he's heading the. Yes, I did. We want to rebrand it. The space.
Free to grab anything. Make it like your home, although it's not a home yet.
Okay.
There's coffee.
Sorry. So you mentioned rebranding, is it?
We want to actually, we have some plans in the
Control
process.
C, Control V.
For MPSM, the courses. We may need your input as well later.
Control, yeah. Yeah.
From the very beginning until now, I could see that of course not
Yes.
not many people know about this. The back compare with active.
Don't look at it, Prof.
In the course of that,
You don't take my folder.
right now.
Oh, sorry.
No, around, that's shame.
Tak ada, dia kata dia tak nak Prof tengok dia punya USB ni kan.
Prof gelap habis lah.
For master MBA.
Okay.
So this is
Ada orang boleh.
Ada dia.
Online tu tak ada.
So, sebab nak record.
Zoom.
Kita boleh bagi link dekat apa tu Prof Tengku. Dia decline tapi tak tahu kenapa.
So we have people online as well.
No, just for
just for
Just
recording.
for the recording purpose, not
Yes.
after, okay.
Right. So over
So
to
we,
you.
yeah, thank you very much. So I might, so I'm Atif Ahmad and that's Sean Maynard. We're both associate professors at the University of Melbourne. This presentation wasn't created for this purpose.
yeah.
So I'm just gonna give a little bit of background about who we are, what we do, and then go immediately into the projects. There are two projects, but we're going to, I guess, focus more on the one that IIUM is partnered with. So our discipline, our discipline area is information systems. So we are more like business information systems rather than IT, as in computer science. So we're not computer scientists. We study how organizations behave. We're social scientists. So although we have a technical background, we moved into a different area of research, which is to go into industry and to study how organizations behave when they're under cyber attack. Okay, so that's a completely different area of research. So our primary aim as a research team is we aim to change how organizations practice security. We don't deal with algorithms and we don't, build technology. We study teams, humans, behavior, strategy, management, leadership, all that sort of thing inside organizations, but from a cybersecurity point of view. In the last 20 years, we have done a lot of research in organizational culture, organizational behavior, governance, risk management, strategy, policy, all those. Basically, private enterprise, how do they manage their cybersecurity? And in the last 10 years, we decided to focus our team on this one question. How do organizations respond when they are breached by an organized threat actor, right? So that's, and we have been doing this research inside Australia for many years. And then we started to focus on Malaysia. So just, this is a really important slide for us because it kind of gives you an idea of how we operate as a research team. Everything for us starts with, sorry, I'm not able to somehow actually, I can't point to the actual screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you look at the top right-hand corner where it says industry engagement, you've got actually 3 columns there: teaching, research, industry.
Yeah.
Right? These are the 3 pillars of our research team's work. So everything starts with an organization inviting us to do a case study. So when we say case study, we actually go into the organization and we interview all of the key people related to the research question. So if our question is, how does this organization respond when it is under cyber attack? We will interview everybody from the chief security officer all the way down to the operational incident responders, from technical people, management people, the whole lot. And that usually means 6 interviews, 8 interviews, 10 interviews, depending on the organization and how much time they give us and how much time we have. But once we do that case study, then we will start building a research framework that explains how this organization behaves. And from that, we will write a teaching case. So the teaching case goes into our teaching. So undergraduate used to be, but mostly now masters. So for example, in our Masters of Information System degree, we have cybersecurity subjects where a lot of the teaching revolves around these case studies that we have seen from our own eyes inside the organization. Then we also produce research papers which show and explain behavior from a research point of view. And then we also make films. And these films are developed for the mass audience to explain to industry what is happening in industry, right? Especially if we come across a very interesting case organization. And we have been very successful with our films. We produced 3 short films with professional actors, and we've won 17 film festival awards around the world for our films, which is in London International Film Festival and so forth. So we take those films and we take them around the world.
When you say short films, how long is the duration?
12 minutes each. Yeah, 10 to 12 minutes each. Those films have gotten us a lot of airtime inside our own university, inside these international film festival areas, et cetera, et cetera. And it means those films we use in our teaching as well. So you see, and then when we teach these students, they eventually become industry leaders and they open their doors again and invite us to do more case studies. So there's actually a cycle going on here. Once you open the organization, you get a lot of empirical data. That empirical data goes in 2 ways: research outcomes, teaching outcomes. Teaching cases for teaching, teaching movies for teaching. Then the teaching of the students, which is with industry case studies, allows those students to lead industry. And eventually, over 5 to 10 years, they'll come back as chief security officers and invite us to do more case studies. And that starts this cycle. And from a lot of this, we also do executive training for the Australian government. So through the Department of Foreign Affairs, we trained a lot of Malaysian industry leaders, a lot of Indian industry leaders. And this now is an export commodity for Australian government, right? So they see this knowledge as unique. And because we are one of the few research teams in this area in the world, mostly cybersecurity research is technical, but we are very few management research teams in this area. So that allows us to basically then act for the government of Australia in exporting Australian talent and Australian knowledge to other countries. So the big question that we are here for, and the research team has identified as our primary strategic vision as a team, is to answer this question, which is how can we help industry better defend their IT services, their sensitive information, their intellectual property from cyber attack? That is the big question. And the reason why we're asking this question is because we've seen in Australia in particular, but across the world, the rise of these very sophisticated nation states, organized crime, et cetera, involved in attacking private organizations and stealing their intellectual property, stealing their sensitive information, or disrupting their IT services. and especially critical infrastructure from water, gas, et cetera, et cetera. So their threat behavior is now looking like military threat behavior. And this kind of ties in with our PhD students. We have normally, how many PhD students we have now? 6, 8, something like that. So we have over the years supervised 12 students from start to end. And we have at the moment 6 or 8 more. So we have like maybe 20 PhD students. Our students are special students. We don't take anybody. Thank you. Nurul is one of our students. Yes, we only take on, so most of our students are either military. So we have a general from the Pakistan Army, especially he specializes in information warfare. We have ex-US Army psychological operations people. We have managing consulting partners from Ernst & Young, etc. So we only take on people who teach the team something. We don't, so our strategy is we look at the student might be very good, but we ask the students, so what will you teach us? Not what will we teach you, we will teach you how to research, but what will you teach us about security? So she bought her risk management expertise. I interviewed her in Chorus Hotel.
Yeah, Chorus.
Yeah, and I asked her, and because she had done this major project on risk management in the Malaysian government, that's the reason why we took her. Because she had already professional experience, and then we were like, okay, otherwise we won't take a student. And those students, when they come into our team, they play a big role in teaching each other and teaching us. And this allows us then to do these sorts of projects. Okay, so I'm just going to skip this. I'm going to skip this as well because this is not going to make a whole lot of sense until let me just go straight to the 2 projects. So we approached the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade with 2 project ideas. The first one is to develop Malaysia's ability to counter cyber attacks, to build its capability over a 2-year period. And the way we were going to do that was to conduct 3 case studies in Malaysian banking and telecommunications, choose organizations that represented low, medium, high maturity. And we were going to benchmark them against Australia's leading organization, which we have been working with for 15 odd years. And when we would do the case studies, we would then identify what are those attributes of these organizations that really help them to be effective in defense. What are those attributes? There's been a lot of cybersecurity work done around, but nobody's looking at what we call tactical response, which is, okay, if you are NACSA, so NACSA is our client. So from NACSA's point of view, if you were to put a big graph of all the organizations that are critical infrastructure in Malaysia, we want to give NACSA the yardstick to say, okay, if you look at, for instance, Petronas, is Petronas going to respond to a cyber attack that's going across Malaysia reliably, predictably, with agility, with speed, with consistency, right? And is it going to be able to meet every attack with the right defense, or is it just going to do like maintenance internally? And the same question for every single organization that's in critical infrastructure. So we build this maturity model as a tool to give NACSA so they can measure every Malaysian organization. But we're building it from 3 organizations to start with and benchmarking it across Australia. That's the key thing. And so what we have done so far, we have done our case studies. We are going through the material. We're building the maturity model. We're going to end with training 100 cyber executives to use this tool to measure themselves, right? That's the outcome. This is the UKM Melbourne one. When we were doing this project, we realized NACSA said something to us. They didn't probably mean a whole lot by it, but they made this offhand comment, which was, we wish that our government could be trained in strategic thinking in cyber. And so we went to DFAT. When DFAT came back to us and said, do you have more projects? We said, yes, we do. We want to train the Malaysian government on how to think strategically in cyber and how to develop cyber leadership, whatever that means. And so Nurul and I were having a conversation around the book that she was working on called Risk Management. And I was saying to Nurul, we need to think about cyber leadership in a new way, build a training program that it will be a world first. And the idea is to build a training program that will compete with other training programs out there to the extent that IIUM would become known for having the world's leading cyber leadership training program. And the evidence would be the graduates from the program, where when they go out to Malaysian industry, the Malaysian industry would say to IIUM, the graduates coming out of this program are much better leaders than the ones coming out of Harvard. That's what we want, right? So that's the aim that we have. And so this is the project. So the project is, We need to do a literature review, figure out what's been said about cyber leadership and strategic thinking, and then we will do some expert interviews inside Malaysian government to find out what are there are 27 ministries that have cyber portfolios. We will identify the ministries and we'll ask each of the stakeholders, how do you deal with cyber? What are the questions that you ask yourself? What are the leadership requirements? And then we will see what is the gap in the literature and the existing training programs, and we'll build a new program. Right? And we have a lot of experience training in this area for Department of Foreign Affairs on the leadership and so forth, but we don't know whether our leadership training program is world-class. We will establish that, and we will build a new one, right, for this. So once we do the interviews, we'll build the course. And then once we build the course, we will start to train. We have to train 200 industry and government leaders as part of this project. The project is 400,000 Australian dollars, which is what, 1.2 million ringgit, over a period of 1 year or 1.5 years. We have to spend the money. Very short, very quick program. Yes. Yeah. But we will try to extend it as much as possible. And maybe, and the thing is, if it goes well, then DFAT likes to reward success with more money. Yeah. And they have, I mean, there are 100 projects, each of them $500,000 Australian dollars. So there's like 60-70 million dollars in projects running in this program, and there will be more money. So we already have been awarded the preferred partner by DFAT. So if we continue to do projects, we hope that they continue to give us money. So that's basically in a nutshell the story.
Apart from one thing,
What? Oh,
the only thing forgotten is that we're teaching IIUM, so they can continue.
yes.
to train.
Thank you for bringing it. One of the strategic objectives from DFAT's point of view is that when this project ends, IIUM must continue with the training. And they have no issues with it being, you can charge whatever you want, right? Yeah, this can be a source of income for you, but for them, the main thing is that whatever capability we have, we transfer it to you, and that you will continue to do the training and do maybe more interviews as well. Keep refining this program, and this will become an IIUM program when we're out here.
That's why we have the team members
Yes.
here, Dr. Shuhaili, Dr. Suhaila, Dr. Haryani, and Dr. Zahida. They
Yes.
asked for young female academics, right?
Yes.
We said ask for it.
Why female?
Female, yeah, they have the Department of Foreign Affairs has a target quota for females.
Ask for young.
DFAT.
Department of Foreign Affairs said that we have to report on how many females we train, because there is a quota. The government has set a target for female empowerment through DFAT. And so we have to in Australia.
And
So
all parts of the world.
yeah, but yeah, for us though, the part
very
that matters is we have to report all these numbers. How many students, how many participants were female, how many people in the research team were female. Yeah,
It's also probably part of the Sustainable Development Goals.
yeah. The
Gender
SDG.
equality.
Yeah. Yes, you see the balance.
If they want experience.
I feel on a place. I feel on a place.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave.
Me too.
Our coach.
Add one word, look young.
So you mentioned just now, Dr. Atif, you have read through our roadmap.
Yes, I went through the roadmap.
I shared the link to IIUM roadmap on IIUM website. So I just shared the
okay.
link.
Yeah, so I don't know. That is not the latest, maybe. I don't know. It was a few years old.
Yeah.
So
Okay. I mean, what you have presented is very case specific, research specific. But for an organization like us, our roadmap is much more, what you call this, strategic in nature to cover everyone, so that everyone has a role to play. So when we devise our roadmap, we really have to consider 6,000 staff and 30,000 students, how they have a role to play in carrying the university forward. So if I may, this will be very. You have to stop it one.
Stop sharing. Continue to window now.
Right. Okay, this is actually a presentation that I did several times already. Even here, I did it a few days ago. And yesterday I did one in our Senate Hall. Yeah. But this is our roadmap for 23-24. Since 2019, we started to use this approach of having a roadmap. Previously, our strategic plan was always for a longer period of time, for 10 years strategic plan, things like that. And in 2018, we have a new rector, even the current rector, he came in 2018, he told me we want a very, what you call this, fast-paced, short duration plan for the whole university. So we decided we're going to do it for every 2 years. Right? The reason being is we want to add a sense of urgency in the implementation of the plans. As you know, if we have a longer period plan, the first 2 years people just don't care. The third year they're starting to read, and then the fourth, fifth year then they are thinking on how to implement. And so now we say the moment we publish this, work will begin. Right. So we have 3 iterations of roadmap already. This is the 2019, 2021, and currently this is 2024. I don't know which one you've gone through, but
This one.
yeah. Okay. So in here, compared to the previous one, we included a lot of the aspirations of the university, especially in terms of humanizing education. What does it mean, so that people can understand? We've been talking about humanizing education for 4 years already, since the first roadmap, but we have not included the the operational definition in the previous roadmap. So now we thought everybody, the idea has catches on, right? So we thought might as well we put it in our roadmap so that everybody can have better understanding of put everyone in the same thinking spot. Right? Okay. So if we go to the next one, this is my presentation is a bit different from here. Right? So this one is a bit more a bit more explanatory. They have a lot more writing in here. So our vision and mission, they are quite long vision and mission, but the gist of it is we want to become a leading center for knowledge institution, for the benefit of humankind. Right? It's not for the benefit of our institution, but for the benefit of humankind. That is one thing that we've been telling people. In other words, we call it for Rahmatan lil Alamin. And then our 7 mission statements. If you look at our mission statements, they are very much focused towards values, ethics, philosophy of thinking, things like that. As compared to some other organizations' mission statement, they are quite operational in nature. They talk about financial sustainability, for instance. They talk about knowledge transfer, for instance. But ours, we are focusing more in terms of our values, ethics, integration of knowledge, things like that. So in a way, it's quite difficult for us to translate this into operational perspective, right? It can mean so many things, integrating of Islamic Arabic knowledge and human sciences. There's a very big, what you call it, scope of a mission. So is even in our university, there are several school of thoughts on how this can be done. Right? In the end, we have to really work together and come down with one or single approach on how we do this one. But that's easier said than done. Even now, people are still quarreling over this. But okay, if you look through the vision, the missions, there are several key things that appear there. Number one is in terms of integration of knowledge, private knowledge and human knowledge. And secondly, in terms of sustainable development, we are really strong in that as well. And Islamization of human knowledge, as well as Islamization of self, meaning in whatever we do, we are first and foremost a Muslim, all right? Then professionals second. And holistic excellence, that is quite common for most of our institutional educational institution. And we want to exemplify Islamic worldview and code of ethics. It's not just that we practice it, but we also want to tell people that we are a good Muslim. So whatever that we do, we must reflect that. Right? And there is also an initiative that's going on at the moment to really sell this IIUM brand, so that people, when they see us, they will know this is stuff of IIUM. All right. Why Nuha acted this way? Oh yeah, of course not, because she's from IIUM. Okay. Why Prof Nobi is like that? Oh, because he's from IIUM. Yeah, people know already. So I think that also fits what you mentioned just now. In the future, IIUM should take lead in this cybersecurity training and things like that. Yeah. And intercultural understanding, that is another thing that we are really working on at the moment. Being an international institution, we have students, staff from all over the world, more than 100 countries being represented in this campus alone. That is why we are very concerned about intercultural understanding. And just so that you know, we are quite prominent in terms of cultural intelligence training. We have been providing training to all Malaysian diplomats with Wisma Putra of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Even on the 1st of September, we're going to have another sort of activities with them, a forum with them as well. And when you say just now cyber leadership, right? Straight away, I'm thinking of how this can also complement our cultural intelligence training. We call it cultural intelligence training, but actually is in fact a leadership training as well. Right? And how can this also benefit all our diplomats and people at the ministry? And finally, deep sense of social responsibility. I mean, whatever we do, we must understand that the purpose of having this university here is to serve the community. That is what we are trying to reform, the understanding there. Even our research, our teaching, our what is consulting work, they must be for the benefit of the community. Oftentimes we heard that academics, they do research for the sake of doing research, for the sake of achieving their KPIs, things like that. But the output of the research are not on applicable to the local community or even the global community. So we are trying to transform that. For us now, when we evaluate our research grant and things like that, application for research grant and things like that, we always look from this one of the aspects that we how this research will impact the community. Right? So if we can see a greater impact in the community, that the application will get greater greater weightage. And next one is on okay, basically if we talk about strategic planning in IIUM, there are 3 main documents that we use or we publish. Number one is IIUM 2040. We have it here. I cannot share with you because this my draft previously. It's not the final one. I'm thinking I want to give one to you. I was looking in the office. I have no more stock. I have to reprint them. Yeah. And this is our Sejahtera Academic Framework. We printed quite a number, 500, I think. Now finished already. Yeah. So similarly, this one I can give you. Right, no problem.
Can I take a picture of that?
Yeah.
I will find a copy.
Yeah, available online. Yeah, available.
Um,
Similarly, in that
Both of them?
yeah,
Okay.
in that link Noha gave you. All right.
Okay.
So this IIUM 2040 tells us it tells our what you call this, our aspiration, what we want to become by the year 2040. Right? This very much a features in the study. Okay, we develop several scenarios, and then we sort of consolidate them and created a preferred scenario for IIM in year 2040. So in year 2040, we said, we can go to the next one. Sorry. Yes. So in 2040, we said our graduate should be a balanced person. Again, if you look there, we are very concerned about values-based education. To us, we are educating a person first, a professional second. So you can be a good engineer, you can be a good doctor, but first and foremost, you must be a good person. So that's the philosophy of education here, and that's why we call it humanizing education. And we also want to attain financial autonomy. This is again, like I mentioned just now, easier said than done. Even now we are heavily relying on government grant. And so we have like 13 years, 17 years to go if we want to attain that financial autonomy. We are also looking at different financial models on how we can run the university now. And we want a working culture that values teamwork. They also, when you were presenting and no, when Noha was introducing her team just now, it caught me like, these are all from KCT, yeah. It's a good team, but can you also have people from different, what you call this, different backgrounds, you know? Because we always advocate that, work with other people as well, because we know in trying to solve a problem, it oftentimes requires interdisciplinary approach rather than single disciplinary approach. And attract the best talent. Yeah, we are hoping that we can attract the best talents into this university, not only in terms of academic staff, but also in terms of graduates. Like similarly, what you're doing right now with your PhD student, you only choose the best. And this is our Sejahtera Academic Framework. Basically, it tells us how we want to do things. So this is where we want to arrive at. This is how we should. This is what we should do now, and this is how we should do them. Right? How we should do them is basically we tell people, we empower you to do what's best for the university or what's best for you. But you may innovate. We give you the flexibility, but above all else, you must be accountable to your action. Right. So in Sejahtera Academic Framework, the main principles are empowerment, flexibility, innovation, and also accountability. Right. So those are the things. And for 2024, can you run through the initiatives very quickly so that never mind this one. Okay, this is the framework. If you go back just now, why I mentioned we should work with different disciplines too, because it's always been our premise that we must work together. So when you look at our strategy framework, the underlying philosophy is about the marrying of different disciplines, marrying of different domains, yeah, so that they overlap and we can co-create new knowledge. Yeah. Next one, please. So this is our strategy framework. In the middle, we have our strategy direction, which is humanizing education, like I mentioned just now. But in IIM, we say that through Maqasid Sharia and Sustainable Development Goals. Maqasid Sharia is to ensure that whatever we do is within the boundaries of Islam, right? And SDG is because we want a global platform where we can advocate this humanizing education. When we started formulating our roadmap, we were looking at how we can address the global audience. And so we thought at that time SDG was what we call this was becoming a mainstream agenda at global level. So these are platform. We feel that SDG can be a good platform for us to what we call this speak to other people at global level about humanizing education, about Islam and so on and so forth. Our current rector, he always related to that when he speak at international stage, the moment he mentions something about Islam, people will think about, wow, because the Islamophobia, things like that. Right? But when he talk about sustainable development and relate to local culture, Islamic culture, people don't have problem with that. And so that is why we feel SDG will be a good platform for us to do the da'wah and things like that. And then we have our strategy outcomes, which are basically to have balanced graduates, balanced staff, and Sejahtera society. Sejahtera is a local words for loosely translated into well-being. And then values creation and institutional stability. Those are the 4 strategy outcomes that we want to achieve. And in trying to achieve that, we have several other focus areas, like in terms of teaching and learning, in terms of research, in terms of community engagement, and also global relevance. But in our teaching and learning, the focus now is more on experiential approach. Previously, most of our teaching and learning occurs in classroom. Now we are bringing students outside of the classroom. And similarly, community engagement. Previously, we do community engagement in a very loose way, unstructured. We have student clubs who wants to get involved with the community, so off you go. Now we are making all those community engagement work more structured. We introduced a university course for all students to take up, compulsory to all students, and during that course, students have to go out and do community profiling, suggest solution to community problems, things like that. And when we do that, alhamdulillah, we receive quite a lot of recognitions now from local and also international community. That is why, if you look in our logo, we have that tagline, multi-award winning institution. We won the Sustainability Institution of the Year in 2020 given by the UN. And if we global relevance citizenship, there is our effort to number one, to put the university on the global stage, and also to get our community to be more of a international standard. Previously, we feel, although our name is international, we were mostly international in terms of the composition of our community here in the campus, because we have international students. That's why we call ourselves international. Now we are trying to transform that idea that being international is not about your passport. Your passport does not determine whether you are international or not. It is the quality of your work, who you are, how are you being perceived at international stage, and what are the impacts of your work and things like that. And we are saying now, even a local staff or a local academician, they can also be of international standard. But still, even now, people are still talking, when people speak, they always refer to foreign staff as international staff. Yeah, and so we have international staff and we have local staff. To us, that is not right now. You should have foreign staff and local staff. Both can be international standards. And responsible research and innovation, again, we added the term responsible in front of the research and innovation. Most of other institutions, they just use research and innovation. Why we added the responsible word to is to tell people that all research and innovation that we do should be directed towards solving societal problems. So no more research that we do just for the sake of achieving KPI, for the sake of do it for yourself again, for yours. But now you have to see how this research can impact the community, whether our local community, whether in Malaysia or even at international stage. And if we go to the next one, I think. Okay, one more that we have there is knowledge connectivity. I think that is quite relevant to what we are discussing today. Knowledge connectivity is about how we want to connect IIUM with the global arena, right? So that people can not only see IIUM in terms of the image of IIUM, but also the knowledge that is being contained in here. We have started this initiative since I think 2019, trying to create linkages with outside world. This kind of initiative is one of it, but we are also looking at digital connections. We created knowledge portal now. We have developed our knowledge portal so that people can go there and see not only the expertise that we have, but also the work that we have done from previous years and so on and so forth. See what else we can. For 20, I think we just run through the initiative for a while and see which one that you can align your research with. Just yeah. So all in all, we have for the next 2 years, we have 30 strategic initiatives that we want to implement. Some of them are already ongoing because we are already half year already. Yeah. Out of those 30 strategic initiatives, we identified 12 as key initiatives. And meaning that these 12 will be given a bit more emphasis in terms of the implementation. And if we go to the next one, let me explain what the diagram is all about. So we have, like I mentioned just now, knowledge connectivity. That is one of the domain in our framework. And we also have ICEL, International Cultural and Experiential Learning. All right. And each of the circle is a domain in our framework. And the number inside that circle reflects the number of initiatives for that domain. So domain ICEL has 3 strategic initiatives. If we talk about knowledge connectivity just now is KC. So we have 3 strategic initiatives there. And just to let you know, knowledge connectivity, the boss is here. Yeah. He handles knowledge connectivity in our roadmap. So Prof. Nabi is coordinating all the strategic initiatives. So there some domains have more strategic initiatives compared to others because depending on our emphasis for the next 2 years. So we go next. Number 1, okay, this one, like I mentioned just now, we are really focusing on experiential learning now. Right? Learning by doing, learning outside of the classroom, going to the ground, going to the field to do for teaching and learning, so on and so forth. All right? And most of the time, we were thinking what we have in our minds that students should be engaged with the community. Right? So that's where learning takes place as well. And the next one is we want to promote cultural intelligence among IIUM community. This is what I mentioned just now because we have a good mix of what you call this representative from all over the world in this campus. So we need that cultural intelligence, meaning we have to understand each other's culture background so that we can coexist together without tensions, without conflicts, and so on and so forth. We are in terms of this, like I mentioned just now, we have been doing a lot of training for government officers, especially the diplomats. There is one of our high-profile client, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where they send all the diplomats to take our course. At the same time, we also have another research group under Dr. Danny Stack. He's working on counterterrorism with youth, among youth. Yeah. So that project involved even the universities from the US as well, and being supported by the US Embassy. Yeah. That's why. This one we want to enrich our international population. Although we have a good representative in the campus from all over the world, but we are missing certain countries. Our traditional markets consist of countries like Indonesia, Bangladesh, Middle East. So now we say we want to venture into new markets. They have students from other countries as well, especially from the developed countries. We are going to Russia early October to explore new opportunities with them. We are working with Maldives now to bring students from Maldives. But we used to have a good number of students from Maldives, but after a while they stopped coming. Now we are bringing them back here. And we also want to, okay, this one I think every year in our university we have what we call Islamic enhancement program where everyone have to attend. It's like a training as well. But for the past few years, we do this training only in lecture room. People go and listen to Tazkirah, things like that. So now we said, no, we want to also make this aspiration, in a way. So our Islamic enhancement program, we have to involve the community. We have to go out. We have to work with the community as well. And we want to develop an integrated system for research and community. This one a repository for all the research work that we have done or we are doing. So to make it easier for people from the outside to access the knowledge that we have here. Similar to what I mentioned just now, knowledge connectivity. And next one, increase high impact community and industry-based research. This may be relevant to, I think, yeah, this is quite relevant to what you're doing right now. Again, the storyline is the same. You do research, you do teaching, involve the community. In here, we say even we say the industry too. We also consider industry as part of our community. They are over here. They are helping us. They are our footprint as well. And we want to intensify research on SDG. So we want to strengthen our promotion and advocacy. The way we promote the university for the past few years is always in terms of selling our academic programs, but now we thought we want to also sell the university as a whole. The what you call it, the IIUM brand that I mentioned just now. So in that kind of promotional approach, we need this leading work that we do in IIUM to be portrayed, to be promoted to our stakeholders. Again, when we talk about this kind of research, it's class leading research. I think that should help us a lot in this sense. Establish Majlis Ashiyo or Council of Scholars. This is because we want to be relevant in what you call this at the global stage. Many times we have a lot of issues that are occurring, but our academics they keep quiet. They don't comment. They don't participate in discussion and things like that. But we have all the experts here. Right? So we said we want to find our good scholars among us so that when we have this kind of, when one issues emerge, these people, they can give their opinion, they can influence the policies, things like that. And advocate climate change agenda. This one, climate change is one of the big agenda now. This is even at global stage. So we want to leverage. Actually, this one we want to leverage on the climate change center that we have developed under our faculty of law. Right? But currently, that climate change center, they are focusing very much in terms of policies and laws and regulations, things like that. So we want to expand this center to become a multidisciplinary center so that we can also introduce technology, can also introduce values and things like that. And when we combat climate change. This one again very internal. We have chairs in several chairs in our university. But we are having a problem because some of them are dormant, some of them are active. So now we want to make them all active again. Right? Implement lifelong learning. Again, we are targeting global market for this for flexible education. Is the in thing now, I believe, yeah? All this hybrid, all this online flexible learning. Staff, okay, Sejahtera Academic Framework. When we developed this one, SAF 1.0, it was all principles, philosophy, you know, how we should do things and all. So SAF 2.0 is we want to document, we want to tell for how we have implemented this one. Our best practices, our good examples, meaning in fact it can become also a cookbook for people to implement this to do. This one world-class Murabbi. Murabbi is a term that we use to denote what you call this Murabbi in English. Exemplary scholars, exemplary teachers, like that. Meaning you not only teach but you also care for your student. And to put it simply, and Bian Soleha, sorry for all the Arabic words, Sean. Bian Soleha is a conducive surrounding. Yeah, to put it simply, is a conducive surrounding. So we want to turn the whole campus into a conducive surrounding for not just for education but also for students to live, work, and play. And we are developing our campus editourism, right? Hoping that we can attract visitors not just because of our academic progress, but also because of the attractions that we have within the campuses. We have 5 campuses now. Here we have a lot of academic related attractions. Yeah, we have labs, we have studios, we have living labs, things like that. But if you go to Kuala, we have a lot of natural attraction. We have forests, we have rivers, lakes within our campus. And in KL campus, the whole building, I think, is marvelous. If you go there, you feel like you are in Spain, in Alhambra. The design of the building itself is a fashion. And healthy lifestyle, that is normal. We want to ensure that all our community are healthy. So Mahala transformation program is Mahala is the student college, the hostels. Because to us, again, we feel that education does not only occur in the academic core, but also in where students live, right? So they have to bring what they learn here into their dormitories, right? And next one, This one is in terms of our work culture. We want to inculcate sense of belonging among staff and students so that they love the university, they will take care of the university. That's right. Leadership Center, okay, this is the one that I mentioned just now. We want to leverage on what we have been doing so far because we already have several high profile clients like in terms of leadership trainings. Number one is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Secondly, we were also appointed by other universities to train their board of governors in leadership. So we feel that there is a huge potential for us to establish our name as a leadership training center. But our leadership training is a bit different from what others are offering now, because we are focusing more on the term is called this leadership training. I mean, some people call it the preferred way of leadership. And this one we want to leverage Budiman for inspiration. What we mean here is to work with our alumni, successful alumni, to learn from their experience, to learn how they make it in their life. And implement one department, one eminent scholar. This again, we want to put a face to our university now. We want to identify who are our scholars, who are our eminent scholars for each of the departments that we have in the university. So students can associate themselves with these scholars. So when they want to go to IIM, it's not just they want to go to IIM, but because they want to go study with this person. They want this person to become the supervisor, they want that person to. And develop a pool of transformative professionals. This in terms of the management, the administration of the university. All this why we have been focusing so much on the academic side of the university, on the community engagement side of the university, but the administration, the handling of day-to-day activities within the university also have to be looked at. That's why we want our administrators to be top-notch. So we are working on trainings, mostly trainings. We want to incentivize our faculties to generate revenue for the university because now our financial situation is quite dire. Not just this university, but most of other universities in Malaysia. The government have been cutting back in terms of grants and things like that. But Kuala, they have their own. Many Kuala, they have their own ways of generating revenue. So we want to what for this motivate them to generate more revenue for themselves and also for the university. And here again, we want to explore new ways of creating impact. One of the reasons why we are going to Russia in October to look for new markets, creating offshore campus and things like that. Increase business process efficiency. This is what we want to do in terms of the way we do things in the university. We want to cut wastage. We always complain that we don't have enough money, again. But my idea is probably if we can cut all the wastage, who knows? Probably we have enough money actually. Right. We always complaining we don't have enough money, but if we can reduce all the wastage too, let's see how we do it. And we want net zero is a national agenda. I mean, in terms of reducing carbon, I think want to do that as well for the campus. Well, okay, this one we want to establish intelligent one-stop center. To put everything into place, in one place for students, staff, and other stakeholders to come and resolve the problem. But the thing is, why we put intelligent there is because we want to use technology to help chatbot. I don't know what else, probably for no fitness better.
Yes.
And ensure future-proof IT system is probably relevant to what we're doing now. Yeah. And finally, it's on promoting knowledge sharing culture. This is what I mentioned about the knowledge portal just now. We have developed the knowledge portal. Now we are asking people to populate the portal. We have mechanisms to do that as well. But this is quite new, probably. This one knowledge portal is quite new. We've been talking about this for quite some time, but the portal is new. So those are some of the initiatives, not some, the 30 initiatives that we have identified for the next 2 years that we want to implement. I believe there are many ways that what you're doing here now can support all these initiatives. Because the nature of this research is multi-pronged, right? It's not just targeting just a future plan system, but it can also help us in terms of expression learning. It can also help us in terms of community engagement when you work with the nation government, government officers, things like that. So those are some of the main focus of our roadmap. But besides that, if you go through this book, you will see a lot of explanation about humanizing education. What we mean by humanizing education is number one, like I mentioned just now, we must understand that we are educating a person first, right? That is the most important thing. We have no problem with. We are quite confident of our academic quality. Right? Meaning we are pretty sure we can produce good students academically, but the task now is to also make sure they are good as a person. Right? And if you also look at this, you see that we want to redefine the role of universities. We are no longer a factory where to churn out graduates. We must look at our community. We want to be a catalyst for the transformation of the community surrounding us. So that is why now that is where our focus now. I mean, we have been talking to other universities. Let's join us in terms of community transformations, things like that. There is a term that we use for that, community. Yeah, community or university for society. We managed to create a sort of a partnership with several universities to work on this. Previously we were alone, kind of that we spoke to several of them, and then they found out that they can see the idea of what we are trying to achieve, and some of them have decided to join us. And I think again, what else? Research and innovation, like I mentioned, is now responsible research and innovation, mainly to conduct research and innovation that can really impact the community. I'm open to, if you need to know anything else, I'm open to questions. So I don't really know how to angle my presentation to fit to what.
That was fantastic. That was great.
Yeah.
That's great. I think I got quite a bit of.
I got some comments on it.
Okay.
This is from the associate dean that we're looking up.
So Sean is the associate dean of academics in the Faculty of Engineering inside Melbourne.
So a lot of the presentation there was making the university a quality university. Quality has many dimensions, right? If you're looking at the quality rankings and whatnot, I think actually understanding the rankings and what, so student staff ratio is one, quality research is another. The quality research, you have to incentivize staff to actually go through the pain of publishing in those publications, as Nurul voluntarily knows. And how many MISQ you got?
My students?
How many MISQ publications have we got here? Or top level IS publications, right? It's hard, right? Without incentivizing, you're not going to get there. And of course, money is a situation to do that. There was also, sorry, I can't read my own writing here. Showcasing research.
Yeah.
It's actually showing to the community, hey, this is the stuff we're doing, and sticking it up on LinkedIn or sticking it up on WhatsApp, and making it really clear, hey, we are active, we're doing this stuff, we're helping the community in this way. That sort of stuff's going on. Engaging media. But yeah, what you were saying in that, that's a thing that, that's Steve and I don't do. We're very bad at it. Not well, yeah. But finding the right people in the schools to actually say, hey, you're really good at the media. Why don't you take on the media and you basically promote everything you do? I mean, and give them a role, give them less teaching, do this.
That's
Those sort of things come up in the head. Just from what Melbourne's doing, student engagement didn't sort of come out in this, or student empowerment.
Okay, yeah.
And because Melbourne's got a big problem of getting students engaged in things. So when I look at what we do the academic stuff, right? That's given. But Melbourne does a lot of professional skills development and social skills development. And getting students involved in all three of those pillars is really hard. So how do you get the unengaged students to actually get engaged? Because some of those students, all your students are going to be going through and becoming leaders eventually, right? And you want them to come back and say, hey, I did my university study here. It's been really good. I want to support the university. Here's $1 million, right? That's true. You have to get them to feel like it's family. And I think the ethos that you have anyway will actually drive that. So that's something else to consider, from my perspective. The other thing was probably on bias here, given that we're here with the team, security centre, right, which is cross-departmental, cross-faculty, because if you set it up right, you've got community, industry and business, right? So community is more the safety aspect, the don't click on this link, Michael aspect. You got the government as well, so influence government, influencing industry, influencing business, but not only just from the IT and IS perspective, because IT and IS is different, so the two different people there. You've also got government policy type people in your university. You've got law, you've got management, psychology, education. Right, so you've got the possibility of actually whole of university focus to sell, to influence heavily Malaysia's way they think about things. Security is one of the areas that we're in. There could be other areas as well. You can set up multi-disciplinary centres that focus on media policy and getting the message out. And then hopefully you'll even get input from industry and input from government, and people take notice.
If I can respond to some of your comments, in terms of getting students to be involved in what we are doing, of course, there is more difficult things to do. But mind you, we were the first university to recreate student union. So we really want to empower our students. I don't know whether you noticed this. In Malaysia, student association, they are actually a part and parcel of the university administration. They are under the jurisdiction of the university administration. I mean, the university can dictate on what the students do and don't do. So in IIUM, we thought that because we want to empower students, we recreated what we call student union. We were the first one to do that. Now this student union, they are detached from the university. They are an independent entity by themselves. They are a registered association with ROS, things like that. So that is one of the ways we want to really get students to manage themselves, and get involved in the university administration as someone to give a different perspective on how we should do things. When they were student association, they were always like, yes, because they know we give them grant, they are relying on us. But now they are on their own. They are a bit more vocal, sometimes they have become a pain in the.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah. That is, but and the other strategy that we embark in terms of getting students to participate is to really work on student clubs, student clubs. And the good thing of having student clubs is because when you do a program, you will sustain because there will always be students coming in and out of the club. Now, this group of students graduated, there'll be a new group of students coming in and work on the program. As opposed to if you work only with your staff, academic staff, for instance, once that staff retire, then you have no backup plan. And we also have a program what we call IIUM flagships. These are leading projects within the university that we have identified as flagship projects. Nuha is leading one flagship projects, cyber security, cyber sejahtera, and alhamdulillah she won awards and all. And you may not see that cyber security appear in our roadmap, but believe me, we have been talking about data security and things like that at our top management meetings. And one of the way to address this is to flagship projects like this. And at the moment, we are also working. These are a work of several officers trying to come up with guidelines and regulations in terms of data security, in terms of data sharing, things like that. Yeah, I think we will co-op Nuha in the future to help us with this. At the moment, we have Ronovic in leading the team to work on data sharing, data. Right? But yeah, we need Noha because why we need young female team member.
So I have some questions for you. So I found the presentation really quite interesting. There's a lot of goals there. It's a great vision. I'm sort of curious as to how much consensus is there in the university around this document? Like, how many people know about it, and how much discussion went into it? And is there like a whole top level leadership behind this document? Like, have they read it, they understand it, or is this primarily in your mind?
Okay, all right. Before we developed this roadmap, we did the rector. He went to every kuliah. To seek opinions, seek inputs and all. We have a rough ideas. We have some sketches on what we wanted to do. So the rector, he went around all the campuses and talked to people from the kuliah. So to say, so I'm quite confident that this is a mixture of bottom up and top down, meet in the middle kind of things. And once we develop this, the rector will once again go to all the faculties to explain this thing. And one of the things that he asked me to do when he joined the university, he said, Faris, I don't want a big plan. I don't want a book style plan where there are a lot of writings and things that put in very brief explanation, diagrams, things like that. But my comment to him at that time was then so people would understand how to read this. Say never mind, we will go and engage them and explain the document to them. Because he believed by doing that, people will internalize, people will understand and internalize this more than they just read through that. But over the years, we still get comments like probably for, I don't know how to say, 20%, 30% of the people, oh, we don't understand this, we have never seen this before, but out of 6,000 people, I think that's okay. Even yesterday we had a big meeting with all the administrators within the university, all the deans and directors. So these directors, head of department, one of the issues that we raised, that were raised during that meeting is this the cascading of information, like what you are concerned just now. Okay? We at the top level, we may come up with a very nice good strategy, but it's not being cascaded properly to the ground. So because at the bottom, sometimes things got lost in the message, got lost in the what is
It's a translation of it.
we talk about something else. The director told the community, okay, we are going to do this, but when that thing happened, it turned out something else. That's common.
So this project, I'm really excited about this project that we're doing with IIUM, and I feel like we're hitting a lot of those goals. I mean, the vision was for this project to be a catalyst for transforming industry behavior, and at the same time to uplift the brand of the university and to build bridges between those communities, government, industry, and university. So I guess my question to you is, how can we best run this project in IIUM so that it is closely engaged with the strategic plan, and that the progress that we make is communicated and socialized with the leadership of IIUM? So they support the project, they promote the project, and all of our wonderful academics here get the airtime with the leadership. Yeah.
I guess I can, if I answer that question. Definitely, we have to keep updating the highest management of the university. We need to engage them and make them aware of this project and how it really will impact the university, the society, and so on. And I think what this project aims to do is in line with so many of those objectives that Faris outlined. I don't think there is any, divergence in the intention or in the plan. But it's just that we really need to update and advocate the existence of this project, not only to the management of this university, but for me, is to the country as a whole. I really need, or I really wish that this university leads this area for the country, and maybe even for the region or whatever. But for me, is the engagement and the updating and the continuous advocacy with the management of the university to get their support, as well as to get people like this university, some of the terms are quite unusual. For example, we call the VC for other university. Here they call them rector, and faculties for other university. Here they call them kuliah, because of this Arabic influence. People like the vice chancellor, he can really push and sell this idea to the higher authorities in the country. I think our network and linkages to the government and Faris, Dr. Atif keep mentioning NACSA. NACSA is actually a national cybersecurity agency. They live under MKN, Majlis Keselamatan, the National Security Council. These are very strategic agencies in the country, and we can make our impact and our project known to these people. It really counts, and I look forward for us to really sell these ideas and make impact on the project for the country. I guess by the time we start teaching the the decision makers in the public sector or in the private sector, I really look forward to that stage in which we can have this nice network and sharing of knowledge with them. So these are the people who move the country, basically. Yeah.
If I may add,
Yes, please.
because I'm looking at the kuliah side, because we engaged with OSIC last week, because we want to rejuvenate our strategic initiatives within the kuliah as well, because the roadmap has been there for quite some time, but they're not really. Maybe it takes some time for it to cascade down in terms of projects and initiatives within the kuliah. So we took that initiative last week to actually engage with Dr. Faris to brief us, because we plan to actually now in our strategic planning, our own strategic planning, we are aligning ourselves with the university initiative, that 12 initiatives. Some may be relevant, some may be not relevant. But from the discussion today, I think there are several ways maybe we can leverage on this project, because we have maybe some initiatives within that projects, like what you mentioned, in terms of the training, in terms of the model and frameworks that are already vouched in the Australian community and in the agencies, federal agencies. So it would be, I think, nice for us, because we have some, maybe I see some potentials there with our own programs that we want to rejuvenate and rebrand. We can also leverage on your expertise, basically on that training package that we want to offer. And we can do that with the team here in KICT. It's even much better. Because there's a direct link and connection to your side. And even in the university itself, we have like networks through OSIC to leverage on other communities outside the students and academic, which is good. I mean,
Prof. Nobit mentioned about keep on updating, reporting the progress. There's a good way of getting your research project for the visibility with the coordination. I mentioned just now IIUM flagship projects, which Noha is leading one of them on cybersecurity. If you can somehow tie this one up to that flagship project, then definitely there will be a platform for us to promote the research. Because the flagship project, we report the progress not only to the we report the progress up until the highest authority of the university, the board of governors. So there is one platform for you to get what you call this mileage from the top authority of the. And we also have what you call this no, I'm looking at flagship because I see a lot of channel for through that flagship projects for us to really promote the research. We have a progress report to the board of governors. We have coordination meeting with the vice chancellor and our vice chancellor, our rector. He has a way of promoting certain projects. Those that he likes, he really push it, and they get what it calls it a lot of mileage. You see what we did with gender dysphoria, for instance. This is how we work with transgender. How we help transgender to cope and things like that. And now we started from a very localized initiative, but because of the way we promote, advocate that project, it now becomes a regional project that people from even the Singapore, Indonesia, Brunei come and learn from us. I think we have experience in promoting, advocating initiatives in our university, and we can emulate that as well for this project. But of course, in order for us to do that, we also need information about what's going on. Okay, so reporting and for this informing us of the progress of this movement. Sometimes then it does not have to be an official report, and just Faris, we are doing this now, can you come and
So at the moment, you have your Cyber Sejahtera is a flagship project. And how are you updating leadership at the moment?
Every year, there's a reporting structure.
Once a year.
Yeah, but quarterly with the champion, Mr. Prof. Nobik himself.
So he's the champion of
The
this
champion
flagship
of
project,
Cyber, yeah.
and you're leading the project.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that sounds like
I mean, no,
you're leading the project.
the champion. When we say champion, the meaning Prof. Nobit, he champions a group of
Okay. Okay.
Besides cybersecurity, we also have other
Games
Games Mind,
Dr.
for
Suhaila, Sustainable Social Bank, Dr. Norman.
So you job is every quarterly.
Yeah.
You provide an oral briefing to leadership or is
The
it a-
leaders of the flagship project will report to the champion about our progress, what we have
Quarterly.
done quarterly.
And then what does the champion do? Champion. Carry the flag.
But we'll update his office is the coordinators for all the flagships.
I will be
they
there, I
assign.
will be there in the meeting.
So it's a meeting.
Yes,
It's
actually,
actually a
the
meeting.
demo was a quarterly meeting of the progress and update of what each flagship is doing.
Okay, I see now. So that's how it goes. You report to him every quarterly. He meets with OSIC and with others.
OSIC will be attending, within OSIC will eventually update the board of governors of the university.
Okay, so there's governors, then there's OSIC, then there's champions, and then there's the flagship leader.
We need that this project does not go up to the top.
It's this one.
But at the same time, have this official platform that we report every year. Directly to OSIC, there's a lot of forms
That's
to fill
all,
out.
that's all internal though.
Yeah.
You can get that
Yeah.
outside, so people know
Yeah,
there's
okay.
X flagship programs, this is how they're going. This is
Okay.
But that's the important.
That is why this time around we have that enhance our promotion and advocacy, because the last time we have not been doing that very well.
And alumni.
Yeah.
Your alumni, your power.
Yep.
Your secret power.
But we were, it's not that, okay, for the past few years, we were very good at advocating to our outside community in terms of mental health initiative that we have. In fact, we already partnered with National Security Council in terms of mental health initiative. And but I think there is one initiative that we were quite successful in advocating to our outside community. This time around, we said we have to strengthen what we do in terms of promotion and advocacy. We want to do a lot more selling the IIUM brand. And yeah, good. If we can have this kind of world class research, and
I think for our project, because we're going to probably have our own engagement model. Because this is a DFAT project, we are going to, like with the UKM project, we did that forum where Prof. Norvik was there, where we brought in the Australian High Commissioner, we brought in the CISOs of Maxis, Petronas, and Maybank. And the CISO of Maxis is IIUM branded person everywhere. Yeah. And so we got so much airtime and so much mileage out of that forum. We'll probably have our own engagement strategy. Right?
that will be your research activities. I mean, I don't think the university will hold a forum for the research project.
But we will organize it. And
No, we will organize, but what I'm thinking is that through our engagement model, we would want to work with the university to explain and align what we do in our project with these goals. Because I know that you have your flagship-based model, but this is an internal reporting arrangement for visibility. But we are looking for something that's very highly integrated with industry, will have its own innovative, novel engagement and propagation and brand development for this project. And I'm thinking to brand the project IIUM with the UOM partnership. We would probably want to maybe do more briefings for the leadership and say, okay, this is how we're doing it. And so the leadership can say, okay, so this is how you are. This is going to be like a test case. So how can we build a brand for IIUM and UOM, and for the leadership to look at this and maybe come up with ideas on how it aligns with that. So it's the other way around. We push up.
Can we suggest a forum for cyber leadership in November?
We will definitely.
Then
No, for this other project, we will do a lot of training. And we will do a forum of some sorts. Probably not in the beginning, will be towards the end. But we will try to bring together all the same parties, but this time do it better than the October one that we did. right? We definitely will do something about it. The question though is for me is, given I'm trying to digest this, how can we shape the model that we have with the UKM? Because the UKM model was good, but we can do better using those IIUM strategic goals.
But you know, we've already got the leadership goal. Like that just delves straight 100%. What
Yeah.
we're doing is straight into that, no problems at all.
But you see, being a better person is very interesting.
Yeah.
For us, that is because normally we don't deal with this angle at all, right? We deal with, this is very professional training, professional education, but the humanizing side of things is really interesting. Because then, in a sense, what happens is for IIUM, it becomes a bit of a competitive advantage.
Yeah.
Right. So if you compare this training with all the other trainings that are out there for leadership, I have never really been able to draw on that other dimension, which is the human side of things. And we haven't yet explained how are you going to, what is different?
How do you incorporate that?
Yeah, how do you incorporate and integrate that dimension? What is the practical impact of that on the leadership the training that we do? What will we do differently, for instance, which we would not have done if we weren't doing it with IIUM, right? So that's a really interesting question that we have to ask ourselves.
Yeah.
This is something that we can really explore and develop. Yeah, that our project will eventually create that specialty, the humanizing part of cybersecurity, specialists or whatever. You can be a very good cyber expert, but you can be a very bad guy.
Yeah.
You can be doing harm more than actually doing the good things. This was just one simple example of how we can differentiate what our project will come out with. But the model that Dr. Atif mentioned, I really also liked it. But the way he did, or the way that you guys did with UKM, I like that. Because I think Sean was also hinting to the friend that that's your internal, how you guys talk about it internally. Externally, how do you make the project really impactful? So you got to probably think on a different paradigm, how you will attract the attention of the people outside. The CEO of Maxis or CEO of Telecom or Petronas, whatever, they will have to be interested in the end. And I guess coming from IIUM perspective, our specialty is usually a lot on the humanizing part. Because we always say that when we produce graduates, our graduates are special in the sense that they have that humanizing part. They can be very good engineers, but they could be cutting corners here and there, taking bribes and so on. We don't produce these kind of graduates. We are really focusing on that aspect of the complete human being kind of graduates. That is the specialty of this university, and we should really, exploit that and make it impactful to the outside world.
But I also understand your aspiration. I mean, your intention of getting the visibility for the research project. And of course, initially I thought, how we report this to the university top management, things like that. But if we want to create make this project more visible to outside audience, I think that can also be done. I mentioned to you what we did with our mental health initiative last time. At that time, people were coming to us for during the COVID pandemic.
The peak of the COVID.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people were coming to us. During the peak of the
We
COVID,
appear in
there are a lot of mental depression cases. People shouldn't even have thought of suicide and so on. And the country eventually came to us. And they said, IIUM, please, you create a model for the country that will help to manage mental depressions. Because we have flagship project here that deal with these issues these are psychological issues and so on. And the university get invited to contribute along that line. I really look forward that we take up that cybersecurity for the country and also for the region. I really have high hopes in that. And I think if we want putting all of them on.
It's higher.
That's why we're young.
Right? Young, female, I keep hearing the word female.
They will have a lot of white hair. They will be very tired.
I don't think we have problem with communicating. I'm quite close with even Fahmi Fadil, the minister. I'm close with Naksa personally. Sharifah Rashida, these are just, people who used to learn from me, I would say like that. So they see me like a cikgu kind of thing. I'm more concerned about the substance that we are able to deliver. Because I don't want that people say, oh, you got this nice thing, can I come and have a look at it? And then they come and they say, actually, what do you have? You know, this is the tragedy that I really don't want to happen. I think we have a lot to learn from the team from the University in Melbourne. They are really ahead and they have tons of experience and material or whatever to share. So our job is to grab them as much and as quick as possible and make it that when people say, I heard about this in your university, can I kind of have a look? What do you have? And when they come, you really see, oh, you really have got something special. You really have got something that can probably manage the cybersecurity issues for the country, for the future, or whatever.
Yes, that's exactly what I.
But I think on people, of course, theoretically, everything sounds very good. But I think we have also one very good program that's unique program in Malaysia. And there's none at other universities. Master Protective Security Management. Okay.
Offered by KICT.
So this has
an
been
executive program.
offered since 2015. Started with a postgrad diploma. Here about MPS. No. Master of
Protective Security Management, an executive program.
It's why he's protected.
So Master Protective Security Management.
This for bodyguards and
Not just bodyguard. We develop it together with Chief Government Security Office.
And you
We started with a postgraduate diploma and now it has become a master program. So the LIM is one of our lecturers.
So you can say whatever you say until the cow come home. But the thing is,
I have to go on.
So okay, whatever is it, I think I agree with Dr. everybody to promote this thing so that the world know that you are having this blah 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 blah. But the thing is, I'm trying to.
I understand.
The MPSM is a very good program because you are talking about Master Protective Security Management. Why this thing has been mooted and initiated by is affiliation between CGSO and our UIA.
We are chosen by
Why?
CJSO.
Because when you mention security, people will relate to physical security at that time, even until now. That's why this protective security mooted. Because protective security basically, is covers three elements: physical, personnel, and information security. With other university in Malaysia, no one except UIA.
But you don't have any students, huh?
Yeah, okay, that's the problem that we're
What
having right
Michael
now.
is trying to say is
So
very
this is the
important.
problem. Yeah.
People, it's easy to speak about the marvelous things.
Yeah.
It's easy to speak about, oh, you want to be this, want to be that. When people come in here, look, actually, what do you have? They don't see anything much. Then they'll get frustrated and just walk away. So we really cannot create such a situation.
I registered this program with our training Royal Malaysia Police.
Yeah.
I registered this program.
The program has been going on for like more than 10 years, yeah, 2014, yeah. It's
You can speak with a lot of authenticity.
our instructor for ages. He has been very
So this is a
helpful
program. I mean,
and useful
promotion.
for the program.
I
But
think you have to communicate to the outside.
Yeah.
sometimes it's not that easy, or it can be quite challenging to sustain because of the evolution of where things are going. So we need to,
Every day is depending on number of students,
yes,
right?
correct.
We were talking about creating this unique academic programs in IIM because for me, why I give more emphasis on promoting the university as a whole, because all this while we've been selling our academic program, and our academic program are just the same as our neighbors in EMS. There's no difference in our architecture study and their. So I said, can we have unique academic programs in IIM as well? Degree in happiness. Yeah, now we have
What?
protective.
Security.
Okay, but this information does not reach me. So that's the problem. Otherwise, you will have
Because we had an agreement with the CGSO, with the government office. So we are quite tight in that sense, but they are now looking also to diversify in terms of the fields and areas. So that's one of the things that I'm thinking actually to leverage on that relationship with University of Melbourne, because you have a quite established cybersecurity center, right? And I know if you don't mind sharing a little bit of how, you know,
do the video.
the films. Maybe we can watch your videos.
In my view
Because
is
we
like
want to
this.
build up that as
Like I
well.
said,
That's one.
Actually, this guy from UC Melbourne, they got tons of things for us to grab. Now, do we want to do that or not? That's the challenge. And like I said, it's easy to talk about nice things, but to make it happen, you really need real drivers and champion for it. But someone who will, you know, take the challenge and make things happen.
We have that
Yeah.
ladies here.
But it's typical.
Young ladies.
But I can share with you my frustration.
Yeah, well, that's the whole idea behind flagship projects, because flagship
to create
projects,
champions.
it runs on passion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been Dr. Noha and Dr. Lily. Dr. Lily is deputy dean, by the way. So this Leah. As a challenge, we really need to, but I think you all are lah. I mean, people who normally what I get is, oh, I got my assignment to correct and I got curriculum review to do. You cannot give this kind of excuses if you want to. These are like doing a lot of extra miles on top of what you are supposed to do. And if we continue to give those kind of excuses, we can never excel in the project. The project will demand a lot of sacrifices beyond the normal thing that you are being here as a lecturer or whatever. You could be required on Sunday to go somewhere else or whatever. Can you do that? Huh? Oh, even on Friday. So in my sorry, the I think even Abba, you know, these are the really the challenges usually that we face. So when Dr. Atif asked a question, this flagship and I mean the strategic initiative, how much are they actually being believed by the university community? That's a very good question. Although typically the answer is the 20-80% thing. It's usually the 20% that make things happen. The 80%, well, okay, I'll watch first. If it's beneficial to me, okay, I join. You know, the 80% majority are like this. But the 20% are the one that really move things and make things happen. And I guess you ladies are among the 20% that really better.
By the end of this meeting, you're part of the 20%.
But these are common challenges, right?
From a strategy perspective, right? So I don't know how you guys operate, right? But Melbourne operates on an academic has 2 days a week, every week on teaching.
2 days a week.
2 days a week on research, and 1 day a week on admin. And I'll call it admin, I'll call it leadership, I'll call it engagement, I'll call it advertising themselves, I'll call it it's admin.
Yeah.
Right, stuff that you have to do other than that. And it could be ethics committees, it could be going on different committees at university, it could be actually doing a lot of editing duties, it could be leadership type activities. All right. Whereas if you're a university, there's other universities in Australia that are, 70% teaching and 30% other stuff.
What's University of Melbourne?
Melbourne's 40, 20.
40%.
40% teaching, 40% research, 20% other stuff.
Others outside. So that means
So you get that time.
within the week. So 2 days for teaching, that means
On
four
average.
4 classes.
So
Yeah.
during semester, we have a 2.5 model in our school. You do 2.5 subjects per year.
We teach 2 subjects, 2.5 subjects a year.
2.5.
2 to 2.5.
2 to 2.5.
Yeah, so maybe 1 subject a semester, 1 subject a semester.
And that could be 30 students, it could be 1,500 students.
But within that 2 days for that particular
Across,
semester.
in a semester, you might be doing 4 days teaching, 1 day research.
That's-
But in the grade, you might be doing 4 days research, 1 day admin. So it's on average across the year.
It's averaged across the year. I mean, but the thing is, like, for us experience, like, I mean, if I look at how many hours of teaching do I do across the whole year, maybe 1 day a week,
Yep,
equal, like
8
8 hours a week, maximum across the whole year, because I've managed it. And I spend maybe 3 to 4 days of my week on research. Right? Otherwise, we cannot supervise PhD students, run multiple projects like this one, and do all the things that we do inside the university if we don't have our teaching under control and our students under control, and we can focus our mind on big passion projects.
Correct.
Right.
How many resources, how many manpower do you have within the faculty?
How many? We have 40, no, department, we've got 40,
Department.
45.
For a
academics?
department?
No, we were 120 academics
In
120?
our
in
department,
our school.
in our school, yeah.
Across engineering, there's probably 400 to 500.
Yeah, 4 to 5
Engineering IT.
staff,
Staff.
academic staff.
Students, we've got something like 14,000 or something.
14,000 students.
14,000 students
With-
for
with
that.
200
for the first
PhD.
school.
200 PhD students in our school alone. And we have, like, in our group, we normally have somewhere between 6 to 10 PhD students, just in our research team.
To be ranked high, so we're 14, right?
Yeah.
Above 14, given a staff ratio of nearly 1 to 20 or 1 to 15, we've got a staff ratio of about 1 to 30 students, very high. Staff ratio, that's staff student ratio. But you have to realize that, a university is not just a teaching place.
Correct.
It's doing good research, bringing back to the community, getting recognized. And then that will grab people in the country who are the best researchers, come exactly got time to do research.
But even in engagement, like our project, we're probably one of the leading teams in terms of engagement for regional capacity development. Like in our faculty, I think we are one of 2 big teams that does capacity building regionally, right? For our faculty, this is new. They've never seen a team like ours who does this kind of work. So even for Melbourne Uni standards, we are supposed to be one of the leading teams out there, because most academics don't know how to do this sort of thing. But we do a lot of regional development work, but we're doing it on an engagement model. So every problem we research comes from industry, right? All of our students are industry leaders. And so they work, and we, in our teaching, our tutors are industry leaders. So if you look at my tutors for my security subject, the leading bank's leading strategy guy is a tutor.
He's a tutor.
He's a tutor,
But
that's
he's
right.
leading
Yes, and he's
industry
leading,
industry
he's
player.
leading a global financial bank's strategy, but he's a tutor in my subject because he's a former student.
Yeah.
We have been here for that long that the industry leaders are tutors.
Yeah, leveraging on the alumni, is it?
That's right.
To actually support you.
Our alumni are our strongest asset.
Right.
We've been teaching security since 2005. And those students who studied in 2005, they now had Deloitte, had ANZ Bank, had all the big corporates, their security teams. So they come back and they teach the new students. This is what I was a student, this is what I was doing, this is how I got to where I got to, I'm going to employ you, right? So they come, they take their students, they take their employees, we create the whole industry university bridge, right?
That way.
Which you can do, and yeah.
We do realize that, so it has been a challenge and it is challenging still, that I think we want to try to institutionalize some mechanisms like to
That's right,
actually
yeah.
provide some support like that. Inshallah, we just.
And so you can use us for that.
Yeah.
We bring micro-credential experience because we've been building micro-credentials for industry. We bring online teaching. We have a lot of experience that could be developed online teaching, not like taking stuff online, but actually developing, learning and teaching for online. So we have a special faculty in the university which specializes in professional and continuing education with learning designers who teach academics how to teach online. Not just take your stuff and put it online, but how to structure and design and all that. And so we've specialized in that as well. We have a lot of experience with that as well.
So I'm very thankful that
And
you're
so the-
willing to actually,
Yeah.
expand further than cybersecurity in
Yeah,
that
yeah.
sector.
I mean, for GPM, we did a lot. We gave a lot of seminars on how to build micro credentials, how, how to teach them. Yeah, so all of that sort of
And we
stuff.
have our micro credential.
Great timing.
She's really wanted, by the way.
Yeah.
You are going to point to her.
IIUM has strategy around reaching out and collaborating with other universities and recognizing, like with UCAM, they've given us visiting visitors professorship, right, roles, which then means that we come into the university, we also act as examiners sometimes for the PhD students, sometimes we even evaluate their promotion applications, sometimes we do all sorts of things, to help the
That
university.
for us, right? I
And
think
we, yes, done it for you as well.
during COVID.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm very passionate about IIUM, helping the university any way I can.
I think at the top management level, we are actually looking into all these things now, but we also need input from the Kuala, the faculty, to tell us where to go, what to do, what they wanted to do. At the top management level, we will always facilitate all this. Even in this case, for instance, if you need visibility, we know how to do it, but you cannot simply just go and who wants visibility?
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to tell us what you need. Yeah.
I suggest, Dr. Noha, you get ready to present to one of the UMCs.
She took a moment just to.
You present to one
How
of
long
the
you been here?
UMCs. Don't worry, I'll be
We're
there.
going on
I
Saturday.
will be there. and
Saturday
I
or
will
Saturday?
be-
Yeah,
Paris will
but
also.
I'll be back. We'll be back. Together. We have to come.
Because I need the
Next year
vice
we'll be
chancellor
here like
to come
8
in
times,
very strong
10 times.
as well.
Yeah, I was saying to Abbas, no, set a meeting with the records.
No, I want it to be presented in the UMC. So that the other deputy vice chancellors also are aware. Yes, especially Prof. Faris and the other highest management members. Don't worry, I'll be there and I will give you the opening or the whatever. You do. But I need the highest management to be aware and to give support for whatever. Faris, we can either do it through OSIC or through my office or whatever. So the challenge remains, like I said, making it visible is the easy part.
To sustain it.
The sustainability of the project will depend on how much we grab whatever that University of Melbourne has, and working with them is also good in terms of the profile of the project and so on.
Basically, it's all the output of the research project is training modules.
The output is a training program that we will deliver to 200 leaders, government and industry.
So that's the practice outcome.
That,
In
yeah,
your
that's
country,
the, but from their point of view, there's two things, right? There is the training, and then there's us
Research.
giving across the capability, and of course there'll be research outcomes. We'll be publishing papers and so forth. Yeah, I mean, everything that we do in these projects, they may look to DFAT and the Australian government as foreign aid social projects, but underneath is core research, publishing in top 20% journals only, right? Top 5%, top 20% journals. So if you look at what's coming out of our other projects, we're hitting top 5% journals. Like these are like European Journal of IS, which I'm sure you guys are.
Right.
Yeah. So we have really good publications. High quality
Atif
publications.
really have to publish in ISI Q1 at the time. So I took actually 5 years, one journal every year, rejected again, another Q1. So alhamdulillah, managed.
We have 20 Q1 publications in the last 10 years. So we just pump out very high quality publications. So that's definitely, I mean, all the data we collect and all the projects we run, there is the public view, and then there is the research core view, which is at the center of everything.
At least a CNS paper.
Yeah. So I'm an editor on the leading computers of the security journal. So I help because I can help my colleagues when they're submitting papers to give them an idea of how to get into the journal.
The reason I'm asking that in terms of the outputs, because, you know, being someone not from IT field, I always thought, right, when you do research, you're coming out with a solution, with the system, with the apps or something like that. So it is,
That is the IT field, not the IS field.
yeah.
That's information systems and information technology. We're more like business faculty. When our outputs are usually human, training, strategy, management. Because we're in the management space, and we even in our own faculty, they get confused because the 90% of academics are computer scientists. They come with algorithms and software and patents. But we come up with management strategies and programs and training, and we change processes, organizations by re-engineering their processes. Yeah.
Computer information, computing and it's the faculty is like a merge between engineering and computer
Faculty of
science.
Engineering NYC, there are 3 schools: the School of Computing and Information
The
Systems,
main one, faculty of computing.
Engineering and
Oh, engineering and
and
computing.
IT.
Oh, IT.
Yeah.
We have a School of Computing and IS, a school, 2 other engineering schools.
There's
I'm actually they still haven't realized the names of them. EMI and something
They're
like that.
changing the name, basically civil, mechanical, electrical, chemical, and then you've got computer science, and you've got us, information systems, which used to be in a different faculty of science. It was a merger. They put us into engineering, but we probably should have been in the faculty of business and economics, right? We should have been there, but we ended up for political reasons in engineering. Yeah, so we don't really fit. And a lot of computer science in our own department don't understand what we do.
Yeah.
Right? But we are IT, except we are management of IT. So governance, risk management, strategy, policy, culture, all that.
Yeah, see, you really should be in the business school.
We should be in the business school, but also alhamdulillah, it's good we're not, because business will look at computer cybersecurity as its
That's IT.
So we are in the middle between business and IT, and neither wants us.
It's engineering one is we had student numbers.
Yeah. IS is very popular, and we have huge student numbers. At a master's level, we have 800 people in the program, and at the IT, 800 people. So if you think 1,600 students in these 2 programs, each paying 40,000-50,000 Australian dollars a year, you can do the maths and see how much money only at a master's level, separate from undergrad. Millions of dollars.
And the school of CIS is bigger than the other 2 engineering schools.
Yeah, we are a big school
Right.
now.
So
Yeah.
it's big.
Very rich and very big.
How many undergraduate students do you have?
First year programming. 1,500 in first semester, 8,600 semester.
Around 40,000.
Yeah, 2,300 programming students just in the first semester there. Yeah. Huge numbers. And we are rejecting 80% of applicants
At master level.
at master's level.
In the IT
Imagine.
space.
We are rejecting 80% and we're only taking less than 20%.
And
And that
the
is
top 20%.
the top 20% from the whole world that they're applying. And of them, we have so many students. Can you imagine what happened if we started to actually accept all applicants? Yeah, that's why our ranking is number 14 in the world,
Yeah.
ahead of Princeton and Caltech. Yes.
No, this year or last year.
Yeah.
14.
This year, number 14 in the world. Yeah.
That was the message I received from Atif.
Yes.
Really, when I turned on my input.
Don't trust the young boy.
It's important that he did a PhD at Melbourne Uni. We were his supervisors, John and myself.
And
There's some lunch prepared
Have you-
for you guys. Lunch prepared.
Michael is. He doesn't like to say
They
it.
do that 20 hats. Like jobs.
Yes. So you started doing master protectors because you programming.
Connection to you from who?
Yeah.
Guru
Junior,
You came first.
I'm with Jas.
I've not met him because I'm.
You have no reason to. Very good. That's true. That is so true.
I said, you know, yeah, because no one was searching for an instructor.
Very good at us.
Yeah, because I know Nurul has
He's in charge of all
Atif
the-
was by her supervisor.
From a cybersecurity point of view, he is critical in getting our case study organizations. We just tell him the organization and he can.
That's my question. Meaning, you manage the situation. But the hardware. Who's handling the-
As in computer hardware? No, we do not look inside that. So this is how we do it. We, for example, will choose, let's say, maybe a bank. And our job is we will go inside the bank and we will choose, okay, 6 of their most important roles. Let's say the chief information security officer, and we'll ask the question, okay, how do you respond to a cyber attack from the time that you detect this attack to the time that you resolve it? And you'll say, okay, if the attack normally happens, let's say it happens at 9 AM on a Monday morning, this is the first system that will see the attack. And then when we detect the attack, this person will be the responder. They will note down these things, then they will contact this person, then this person. And as they're explaining, we're building a map of the communication pathways of the teams involved and the tools that they use. We never ask a question, what's happening inside the computer, right? We just build a picture of how the whole enterprise behaves. And we'll do this in 3 different studies. We've done this so many times in Australia. Then we will study the organization. Okay, how quickly are they responding? Right? What's their agility? How situation aware are they? If the attack comes from this direction or this direction, do they have the processes to handle it? Do they have the skills and the capability? Do they have the human capacity with the teams? Are they skilled? If it's a high criticality event, then how quickly does the chief information security officer get involved? How is their decision-making process? So, I mean, you've been involved in decision-making at the leadership level of this university. It's the same inside a private enterprise, except it's crisis management leadership for cyber, right? That's what we're doing.